Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Butcher's Docks. In the salt-stained streets of Bilgewater, where the scent of brine mingles with blood, and the cries of gulls echo the wails of the desperate, there lived a man whose hands knew the weight of honest work. Tonight, as shadows gather like old secrets in the corners of our minds, let us explore the story of Pike, the Blood Harbor Ripper, beginning in those humble days when he was simply a butcher with calloused palms and dreams of the endless sea. Picture yourself, Wall, king through the narrow, cobblestone alleys of Bilgewater's infamous slaughter docks, where the morning mist carries the metallic tang of fresh blood, and the rhythmic thud of cleavers against cutting blocks creates a percussion that has echoed through these streets for generations. Here, in this maze of wooden stalls and hanging carcasses, Pike learned his first lessons about life and death, about the delicate line that separates the quick from the still, the breathing from the bled. The slaughter docks of Bilgewater were no place for the squeamish or the weak-hearted. Massive sea creatures, hauled from the depths by brave or foolish crews, would arrive each dawn on blood-slicked wagons, their eyes still holding the memory of crushing depths and endless darkness. Pike's hands, strong and sure from years of practice, would guide his blade with surgical precision, separating meat from bone, useful from waste, value from refuse. In these early days, death was simply a trade, a necessary transformation that fed the hungry masses of the port city. But even as Pike worked among the carcasses of sea beasts, his eyes would drift toward the harbor, where tall ships with weathered sails bobbed like sleeping giants on the wine-dark waters. The call of the ocean sang to him with a voice older than the stones beneath his feet, promising adventure beyond the confines of his blood-stained workspace. He would watch the crews returning from their voyages, their faces burned by salt and sun, their eyes bright with tales of distant shores and creatures that dwelt in the spaces between waves and dreams. The transition from butcher to sailor was as natural as the tide's rhythm. Pike's knowledge of anatomy, learned through countless hours with blade and bone, made him invaluable aboard the fishing vessels that ventured into treacherous waters, seeking the massive creatures that lurked in Bilgewater's surrounding seas. His steady hands could process a catch with remarkable efficiency, turning a successful hunt into profitable meat and valuable materials with skills honed through years of practice. Those early voyages revealed to Pike a world beyond imagination, where the boundary between reality and legend blurred like morning mist. He learned to read the subtle signs that marked safe waters from dangerous ones, to recognize the telltale disturbances that signaled the presence of creatures best left undisturbed. The sea, he discovered, was not merely water and salt, but a living entity with moods and mysteries that demanded both respect and courage from those who dared to harvest its bounty. The crews Pike sailed with became his chosen family, bound together by shared danger and mutual dependence in ways that landlubbers could never fully understand. These were men and women who trusted their lives to each other's skills and judgment, who shared their rations during lean times and their victories during abundant ones. In the cramped quarters below deck, stories were currency, and Pike learned to weave tales of his butcher days into the larger mythology of Bilgewater's endless hunger for both sustenance and adventure. But it was in the pursuit of the truly massive sea creatures that Pike found his calling. The great beasts that dwelt in the deepest trenches around Bilgewater were prizes beyond measure, their meat enough to feed hundreds, their hide and bone valuable enough to fund entire expeditions. These hunts required not just courage, but a deep understanding of the creature's behavior, their weaknesses, and the precise moments when a well-placed blade could bring down something the size of a building. Pike's reputation grew with each successful hunt. Captains began to seek him out specifically, knowing that his presence aboard their vessels dramatically increased their chances of returning with holds full of valuable cargo rather than empty nets and disappointed investors. His ability to remain calm under pressure, to think clearly when massive tentacles thrashed around the ship and enormous teeth snapped mere feet from the deck, marked him as exceptional even among Bilgewater's legendary seamen. The transformation from simple butcher to master hunter was gradual but profound. Where once Pike had worked with creatures already dead, now he faced them in their element, alive and dangerous, requiring split-second decisions that could mean the difference between a successful hunt and a watery grave. The skills translated surprisingly well, his intimate knowledge of anatomy allowing him to identify the precise spots where a harpoon or blade would prove most effective against even the most massive adversaries. As his expertise grew, so did his understanding of the delicate ecosystem that existed beneath Bilgewater's waves. He learned to recognize which creatures were merely animals, driven by hunger and instinct, and which possessed an intelligence that bordered on the supernatural. Some of the deepest dwellers, he came to realize, were ancient beyond human comprehension, their eyes holding wisdom and malice in equal measure, their movements suggesting purposes that extended far beyond simple survival. The camaraderie among the crews who hunted these deep-sea leviathans was unlike anything Pike had experienced in his terrestrial life. Men and women who faced death together on a regular basis developed bonds that transcended mere friendship, becoming something closer to family, united by shared purpose and mutual dependence. Trust was not just important aboard these vessels, it was absolutely essential, the foundation upon which every successful hunt was built. Yet even in those halcyon days, when Pike's reputation was growing and his skills were in constant demand, there were signs of the darkness that would eventually consume everything he held dear. The competition among crews was fierce, driven not just by the promise of profit, but by the respect and fear that came with successfully hunting the most dangerous creatures in the known world. Some captains would go to extraordinary lengths to ensure their expeditions succeeded, even if it meant betraying the unwritten codes that governed life on the dangerous seas. Pike's keen eye for detail, sharpened by years of careful butchery, began to notice subtle changes in the behavior of some of his fellow sailors. The way certain crew members would exchange glances during planning sessions, the whispered conversations that would cease when he approached, the gradual shift from camaraderie to something that felt more like careful calculation. But trust, once given freely among those who faced death together, was not easily withdrawn, even when instinct suggested caution. As we draw this first chapter of Pike's tale to a close, we see a man at the height of his powers, respected among his peers, master of skills that few could match, yet standing unknowingly at the precipice of a betrayal that would transform him from hunter into something far more terrible and magnificent. His hands, which had learned their deadly precision among the carcasses of the slaughter docks, would soon wield weapons forged in the crushing depths of the ocean itself, guided by purposes that transcended mere survival or profit. The rhythm of honest work, the satisfaction of skills well applied, the warmth of fellowship among those who faced danger together, these simple pleasures would soon be stripped away, leaving only the cold fury of betrayal and the inexorable pull of vengeance. But in these peaceful moments before the storm, we can appreciate the man Pike was before he became the legend that now stalks Bilgewater's mist-shrouded streets. In the end, every legend begins with humble origins, every monster was once merely mortal, and every tale of vengeance starts with someone who believed in the basic goodness of those around them. Pike's story reminds us that our greatest strengths can become our most terrible weapons when trust is broken and innocence is lost to the crushing weight of betrayal. As you drift toward sleep tonight, perhaps you might consider how the skills we develop in service of life can be transformed by circumstance into tools of death, and whether the difference between hero and monster lies not in our abilities, but in the choices others force upon us through their own moral failures. Chapter 2. The crew's Brotherhood. Beneath the star-scattered dome of the night sky, where ancient constellations tell stories of sailors who never returned home, bonds were forged that seemed unbreakable, as the iron chains that anchor ships to harbor. Tonight, as we continue our journey through Pike's Tale, let us explore the sacred fellowship that existed among those who ventured into the perilous waters beyond Bilgewater's protective embrace, and discover how trust became both blessing and curse in the heart of a man who believed brotherhood was eternal. Imagine yourself aboard the creaking deck of a hunting vessel, where the salt spray mingles with the sweat of honest labor, and every soul aboard knows that their survival depends not on their individual strength, but on the unwavering reliability of those who stand beside them. Here, in this floating microcosm of mutual dependence, Pike discovered a form of kinship that transcended the casual relationships of shore-bound life, something deeper and more meaningful than the simple exchange of coin for service that governed most human interactions. The first crew to truly welcome Pike into their ranks was captained by a weathered woman named Narration, whose silver hair had been bleached white by decades of sun and salt, and whose eyes held the depth of someone who had seen both the ocean's terrible beauty and its casual cruelty. She recognized something in Pike's steady demeanor and precise movements that marked him as more than just another hired hand seeking passage to adventure and profit. Under Narration's guidance, Pike learned that successful deep-sea hunting required more than individual skill or courage. Each member of the crew filled a specific role, their abilities meshing together like the intricate gears of a master clockmaker's most precious creation. The harpooners needed steady nerves and perfect timing. The net handlers required coordination that bordered on telepathic, and the lookouts demanded eyes that could distinguish between harmless waves and the subtle disturbances that marked the approach of something massive and deadly. The bonds between crew members developed through shared hardship and mutual salvation. When massive tentacles erupted from the depths, threatening to drag the entire vessel into crushing darkness, it was the swift action of trusted companions that meant the difference between successful hunt and watery grave. Pike learned to read the subtle signals of his shipmates, understanding when Jarek's particular whistle meant danger approaching from starboard, or when Lisa's hand gesture indicated the need for absolute silence. These relationships extended far beyond the professional requirements of their dangerous trade. In the long hours between hunts, when the vessel rode at anchor in some protected cove, stories became the currency of friendship. Pike shared tales of his butcher days, describing the strange creatures that sometimes arrived in the slaughter docks, their anatomy suggesting origins in waters deeper and stranger than any charted on navigational maps. His companions in turn revealed their own histories, their dreams, their fears of the crushing depths that called to them with siren voices. The crew developed their own language of glances and gestures, a silent communication system born from the necessity of coordinating complex maneuvers, while maintaining the absolute quiet that successful hunting sometimes required. A raised eyebrow could convey the need for caution. A slight nod might signal readiness to strike, and a particular way of holding one's shoulders could indicate the presence of something moving in the deep waters that demanded immediate attention and preparation. Meals aboard the hunting vessels were sacred rituals of sharing and equality, regardless of individual skill or reputation. Every crew member received identical portions from the common pot, and decisions about rationing during lean times were made collectively rather than imposed by arbitrary hierarchy. Pike found himself deeply moved by this democratic approach to survival, where each person's voice carried equal weight in discussions that might determine whether they lived or died in the coming days. The trust required for these expeditions went beyond mere professional competence. When lowering nets into waters where creatures the size of buildings might be lurking, each crew member literally held the lives of their companions in their hands. A moment's inattention, a failure to maintain proper tension on the lines, or a mistimed release could result in disaster that would claim not just individual lives but potentially doom the entire expedition. Pike's role within these crews evolved naturally from his background in anatomy and his growing understanding of the creatures they hunted. He became the one who could read the signs that indicated when a wounded beast lays of power. Instead, their attempts to confront it often only served to feed it, as their fear and frustration became sustenance for its growing power. The entity learned much from these early encounters with magic users. It observed how they drew power from the spirit realm, how they shaped reality through will and ritual. While it could not replicate their techniques exactly, being a creature of pure emotion rather than trained discipline, it began to understand how to manipulate the boundaries between the physical and spiritual worlds. As civilizations rose and developed their own mythologies, the entity found itself woven into their stories, though never quite accurately. It became the unnamed darkness in creation myths, the primordial chaos that heroes must overcome, the ancient evil that sleeps beneath the world. These stories, while not precisely true, served to spread awareness of its existence, creating a diffuse network of fear that it could draw upon even from great distances. The entity also began to understand the cyclical nature of civilization itself. It watched as great societies rose to magnificent heights, only to crumble into dust and memory. It fed on the fears that accompanied these collapses, the terror of losing everything one's ancestors had built, the horror of seeing meaning and purpose dissolved into chaos. Each civilization's fall taught it new lessons about the fragility of mortal achievement and the eternal nature of fear. Throughout these ancient ages, the entity remained largely solitary. Unlike some demons that would later emerge from collective emotions, this primordial fear was intensely individual in its manifestation. It did not seek to create cults or gather worshippers. Instead, it preferred to work alone, stalking individual victims with the patience of a hunter who knows that the prey cannot ultimately escape. By the time recognizable history began to be recorded in the great libraries and archives of emerging civilizations, the entity had already undergone millions of years of evolution and growth. It had learned to move between the physical and spiritual realms with ease, to manipulate dreams and reality with equal skill, and to understand the deepest psychological vulnerabilities of every thinking species it encountered. The ancient entity had become something far more sophisticated than the simple fear response that had given it birth. It was now a master psychologist, a student of mortal nature, whose understanding of fear surpassed that of any living being. It had become the thing that would, in time, choose the form of a scarecrow and the name Fiddlesticks, though those developments lay far in the future. As we contemplate these ancient origins, we see how patient and methodical this entity has always been. Unlike other supernatural threats that announce themselves with destruction and chaos, this primordial fear has always preferred the subtle approach, the slow cultivation of terror that ripens like fruit on the vine. In understanding these prehistoric beginnings, perhaps we can better appreciate the vast scope of what Fiddlesticks represents. This is not a monster that can be defeated by sword or spell, not a problem that can be solved through courage or cleverness. This is fear itself, given form and purpose across the vast expanse of geological time. What does it mean to confront something that has been learning about fear for longer than civilizations have existed? Something that understands terror more intimately than we understand ourselves. Chapter 3. The Scarecrow's Form. In the golden fields where grain sways gently in summer breezes, where the honest labor of farming families transforms seed into sustenance, there stands a peculiar sentinel. Picture yourself walking through these peaceful farmlands at twilight, when the last light of day casts long shadows across the furrows. Among the crops, you might notice a figure standing motionless, ragged clothes hanging from a wooden frame, straw protruding from sleeves and collar, a burlap sack for a head. At first glance, it appears to be nothing more than a scarecrow, that humble guardian of the harvest. But as darkness deepens and shadows grow longer, you might begin to wonder, why would an entity as ancient and terrible as Fiddlesticks choose such a simple, innocent form? The answer lies in understanding the profound irony that appeals to this primordial consciousness. The scarecrow, in its original purpose, represents protection and care. Farmers craft these figures with their own hands, clothing them in worn garments that once provided warmth and comfort to human bodies. They place them in their fields as guardians, silent protectors meant to preserve the fruits of their labor from those who would steal or destroy. The scarecrow embodies human hopes and fears in their most basic form, the desire to protect what we have worked to create, and the anxiety that our efforts might come to nothing. For an entity that feeds on fear, this symbolism represents the perfect disguise. What appears to be a protector is revealed to be a predator. What seems to offer safety becomes the source of ultimate terror. The twisted humor of this deception appeals to Fiddlesticks' ancient intelligence. It has learned that the greatest fears often wear the masks of our greatest comforts. The physical form itself serves multiple practical purposes beyond mere symbolism. The loose, tattered clothing allows Fiddlesticks to move in ways that defy natural physics, its limbs bending at impossible angles, its body contorting into shapes that would break any normal skeleton. The straw that protrudes from its form serves as both camouflage and weapon. What appears to be harmless stuffing can become razor-sharp projectiles or grasping tendrils that move with predatory intent. The burlap sack that serves as its head presents perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the entity's chosen form. Where a face should be, there are only crude stitches that suggest features without actually providing them. The effect is deeply unsettling to mortal minds, which are programmed to read faces for emotional cues and social information. When presented with this almost face, this suggestion of humanity without its substance, the mind fills in the gaps with its own fears and anxieties. Yet Fiddlesticks has learned to manipulate even this apparent limitation. The crude stitching can shift and change, creating the impression of expressions that flicker too quickly to be clearly seen. Sometimes witnesses report glimpsing what appears to be a smile beneath the burlap, not the warm expression of happiness, but something cold and knowing that suggests the entity finds their terror amusing. Other times, the stitching seems to form patterns that resemble screaming mouths or weeping eyes, reflecting back to the observer their own emotional state twisted into nightmare. The choice of rural, agricultural imagery for its form speaks to Fiddlesticks' deep understanding of human psychology. Farmland represents safety and sustenance to most people. It is where food grows, where life is nurtured, where families build their homes and raise their children. By appearing in this context, Fiddlesticks violates one of humanity's most fundamental safe spaces. It transforms the source of life into a reminder of death, the promise of harvest into the threat of famine. This violation of pastoral peace serves another purpose: isolation. Farms are often located far from populated areas, with individual families separated by miles of open fields. When Fiddlesticks manifests in such locations, its victims are alone, cut off from help or witnesses. The vast emptiness of farmland, which during the day might represent freedom and space, becomes at night a prison of darkness, where screams cannot be heard and help cannot arrive in time. The seasonal nature of agriculture also appeals to the entity's sense of timing and rhythm. Spring planting represents hope and new beginnings, while autumn harvest embodies fulfillment and completion. By appearing during these crucial periods, Fiddlesticks can feed on the intense emotions surrounding these activities. The farmer's anxiety about crop failure, the family's fears about surviving another winter, the deep existential terror that comes from being utterly dependent on forces beyond human control. The entity has refined its scarecrow form over countless centuries, learning subtle details that make it more effective as both disguise and weapon. The way it positions itself among crops mirrors the careful placement of actual scarecrows, allowing it to remain unnoticed for days or weeks while it studies potential victims. It has learned to mimic the natural weathering that affects real scarecrows: fading fabric, frayed rope, the gradual settling that occurs as straw compacts over time. But perhaps most disturbingly, Fiddlesticks has discovered how to incorporate elements of its victims into its form. The clothing it wears often bears subtle traces of those it has consumed. A button from a missing farmer's shirt, a patch from a child's favorite dress, a thread from a grandmother's shawl. These details are rarely obvious enough to be immediately noticed, but they create a subconscious sense of unease in observers who might recognize something familiar about the entity's appearance, without being able to identify exactly what. The Scarecrow form also allows Fiddlesticks to play with the boundary between animate and inanimate objects. During daylight hours, it can remain perfectly still, indistinguishable from any other farm implement. But as darkness falls, it begins to move, at first just slightly, perhaps swaying in a breeze that doesn't affect anything else, or turning its head by barely perceptible degrees to track the movement of potential prey. This gradual animation serves to build tension and fear in those who observe it. The human mind is extremely sensitive to movement, particularly the kind of subtle motion that suggests consciousness and intent. By slowly revealing its true nature over time, Fiddlesticks creates a mounting sense of dread that feeds it even before it makes direct contact with its victims. The entity has also learned to use the Scarecrow's traditional association with seasonal festivals and folklore. Many cultures have traditions involving the creation and burning of scarecrow-like figures during harvest celebrations or seasonal transitions. Fiddlesticks has learned to appear during these festivities, hiding among legitimate ceremonial figures, until the moment is right to reveal its true nature. The violation of these joyous occasions, the transformation of celebration into horror, provides particularly potent nourishment for the entity. The arms of the Scarecrow form deserve special attention, as they represent one of Fiddlesticks' most effective tools for psychological manipulation. Most scarecrows have arms outstretched in a welcoming or protective gesture, suggesting an embrace or a shepherd's care. But when animated by the entity, these same gestures become threatening, arms that reach out to grab rather than protect, an embrace that crushes rather than comforts. The positioning of the Scarecrow also plays a crucial role in its effectiveness. Fiddlesticks carefully chooses locations where its form will be backlit by the moon or silhouetted against the sky, creating a dramatic profile that maximizes its psychological impact. It understands the power of visual composition, the way that certain shapes and shadows can trigger primal fears embedded deep in the human psyche. As agricultural practices have evolved over the millennia, so too has Fiddlesticks' understanding of its chosen form. It has adapted to changes in farming techniques, clothing styles, and materials, ensuring that its appearance remains believable within each era's context. Yet it also maintains certain timeless elements that speak to universal fears: the empty face, the outstretched arms, the suggestion of humanity without its warmth. The Scarecrow form represents the culmination of millions of years of learning about human psychology and fear. It is not a random choice or simple camouflage, but a carefully crafted tool designed to exploit specific vulnerabilities in mortal consciousness. Every aspect of its appearance serves a purpose in the entity's eternal hunt for fear. In choosing this humble, familiar form, Fiddlesticks demonstrates its understanding of a fundamental truth about terror. The most effective fears are often hiding in plain sight, wearing the faces of things we trust and depend upon. What does it say about the nature of fear itself, that something meant to protect us can so easily become the source of our greatest terror? How thin is the line between guardian and predator, between safety and nightmare? Chapter 4. The Harvest of Terror. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the world holds its breath between night and day, a different kind of harvest takes place. Not the gathering of grain or fruit, but something far more precious and terrible: the careful cultivation and collection of human fear. Picture yourself observing this ancient ritual from a safe distance, watching as an entity older than civilization itself goes about its patient work with the methodical precision of a master craftsman who has perfected their art across millennia. Chapter 4. The Harvest of Terror. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the world holds its breath between night and day, A different kind of harvest takes place, not the gathering of grain or fruit, but something far more precious and terrible, the careful cultivation and collection of human fear. Picture yourself observing this ancient ritual from a safe distance, watching as an entity older than civilization itself goes about its patient work with the methodical precision of a master craftsman who has perfected their art across millennia. Fiddlesticks does not hunt as other predators do. There is no frenzied chase, no sudden ambush born of hunger or desperation. Instead, the entity approaches its victims with the deliberate care of a gardener tending to precious crops. It understands that the finest fears, like the most exquisite wines, require time and careful attention to reach their full potential. The terror that sustains it is not the sharp, brief panic of a startled animal, but the deep, complex dread that grows slowly in the human heart like a poisonous flower. The selection process begins long before the victim ever becomes aware of the entity's presence. Fiddlesticks possesses an almost supernatural ability to sense psychological vulnerability, those cracks in the human psyche where fear can take root and flourish. It is drawn to individuals who carry within themselves the seeds of their own terror, the parent who lies awake at night, worrying about their child's safety, the farmer who watches storm clouds gather on the horizon, the elder who feels death's cold breath growing stronger with each passing season. The entity does not seek out the fearless or the emotionally numb, for they provide poor sustenance. Instead, it hunts those whose capacity for fear is matched by their capacity for love, hope, and joy. These emotions, seemingly opposite to terror, actually serve to make fear more potent. The greater one's investment in life and happiness, the more terrible becomes the prospect of losing it all. Once a target has been selected, Fiddlesticks begins its careful approach with the patience of erosion wearing down stone. It might spend weeks or even months in the vicinity of its chosen victim, learning their routines, their relationships, their deepest concerns and cherished dreams. The entity positions itself as a scarecrow in nearby fields, watching and listening as life unfolds around it. It observes family dinners through distant windows, eavesdrops on conversations carried on the evening breeze, and gradually builds a complete psychological profile of its prey. During this observation period, Fiddlesticks begins to plant the first subtle seeds of unease. It might spend weeks or even months in the vicinity of its chosen victim, learning their routines, their relationships, their deepest concerns and cherished dreams. The entity positions itself as a scarecrow in nearby fields, watching and listening as life unfolds around it. It observes family dinners through distant windows, eavesdrops on conversations carried on the evening breeze, and gradually builds a complete psychological profile of its prey. During this observation period, Fiddlesticks begins to plant the first subtle seeds of unease. A scarecrow that wasn't there yesterday appears in a neighboring field. The family dog begins to whimper and refuse to go outside after dark. Shadows seem to move in ways that don't quite match the swaying of trees. These initial disturbances are carefully calibrated to register just below the threshold of conscious recognition, noticed perhaps, but dismissed as imagination or coincidence. The entity understands that the most effective fears are those that feel organic and inevitable. Rather than imposing terror from the outside, it prefers to nurture the anxieties that already exist within its victim's mind. If a mother worries about her child's safety, Fiddlesticks will arrange for that child to experience a series of minor, but increasingly unsettling incidents. If a farmer fears crop failure, the entity will ensure that small signs of blight or pest infestation begin to appear just as the growing season reaches its most critical phase. As the psychological pressure gradually increases, Fiddlesticks begins to reveal itself more directly, though still with careful restraint. The scarecrow in the field might be found in a different position each morning, despite the absence of wind strong enough to move it. Witnesses might catch glimpses of it moving from the corner of their eye, only to find it perfectly still when they look directly. The entity delights in these moments of doubt and confusion, feeding on the victim's growing certainty that something is wrong coupled with their inability to prove or explain it. The manipulation of perception represents one of Fiddlesticks' most sophisticated techniques. The entity can create experiences that exist in the liminal space between reality and hallucination, making its victims question their own senses and sanity. Witnesses might catch glimpses of it moving from the corner of their eye, only to find it perfectly still when they look directly. The entity delights in these moments of doubt and confusion, feeding on the victim's growing certainty that something is wrong, coupled with their inability to prove or explain it. The manipulation of perception represents one of Fiddlesticks' most sophisticated techniques. The entity can create experiences that exist in the liminal space between reality and hallucination, making its victims question their own senses and sanity. Witnesses might catch glimpses of it moving from the corner of their eye, only to find it perfectly still when they look directly. The entity delights in these moments of doubt and confusion, feeding on the victim's growing certainty that something is wrong, coupled with their inability to prove or explain it. The manipulation of perception represents one of Fiddlesticks' most sophisticated techniques. The entity can create experiences that exist in the liminal space between reality and hallucination, making its victims question their own senses and sanity. A conversation overheard from an empty room, footsteps that follow but leave no tracks, a familiar voice calling from the darkness. These phenomena are real enough to be experienced, but ambiguous enough to be doubted. This campaign of psychological warfare serves multiple purposes. Obviously, it generates the fear upon which Fiddlesticks feeds, but it also serves to isolate the victim from potential help. Who would believe such stories? Family members and friends, initially sympathetic, may begin to suggest that stress or imagination is to blame. This dismissal and isolation only amplifies the victim's terror, creating a feedback loop that benefits the entity. The entity also demonstrates remarkable skill in exploiting personal history and trauma. Through its long observation period, it learns about past losses, failed relationships, childhood fears, and suppressed memories. It then weaves these elements into its campaign of terror, using intimate knowledge to create experiences that feel both supernatural and personally meaningful. A voice that sounds exactly like a deceased parent, a childhood nightmare made manifest, a recurring anxiety given physical form. These personalized horrors are far more effective than generic scares. Fiddlesticks has learned to pace its revelation carefully, understanding that terror is most potent when it builds gradually toward an inevitable climax. The entity creates a rhythm of encounter and withdrawal, appearing just long enough to establish its presence before vanishing again. This pattern trains the victim to live in constant anticipation of the next manifestation, their nervous system perpetually primed for fight or flight. The psychological games become increasingly elaborate as the harvest approaches its climax. Fiddlesticks has learned to pace its revelation carefully, understanding that terror is most potent when it builds gradually toward an inevitable climax. The entity creates a rhythm of encounter and withdrawal, appearing just long enough to establish its presence before vanishing again. This pattern trains the victim to live in constant anticipation of the next manifestation, their nervous system perpetually primed for fight or flight. The psychological games become increasingly elaborate as the harvest approaches its climax. Fiddlesticks might arrange for its victim to discover evidence of its presence, perhaps finding their own clothing hanging from the Scarecrow's frame, or discovering that their missing pet's collar has appeared around the entity's neck. These discoveries create a sense of violation and helplessness that feeds the entity's hunger, while also demonstrating its power to invade even the most private spaces. The entity shows particular creativity in its use of familiar objects and locations as instruments of terror. A child's favorite toy found impaled on a fence post. A family photograph discovered torn and scattered in the fields. A cherished recipe written in an unknown hand and left on the kitchen table. These violations of the safe and familiar create a profound sense of vulnerability and displacement. As the harvest enters its final phase, Fiddlesticks begins to reveal the full extent of its nature. The Scarecrow form becomes more obviously animated, its movements less subtle and more threatening. It might be seen walking through fields at night, its straw-stuffed form moving with impossible fluidity. The entity's voice becomes clearer, often mimicking loved ones, but with subtle wrongness that makes the familiar become horrifying. The climax of the harvest varies, depending on the entity's assessment of its victim's psychological state. Some are driven to complete psychological breakdown, their minds shattered by sustained exposure to incomprehensible terror. Others are consumed more literally, though even this physical destruction is preceded by the careful extraction of every possible moment of fear from the victim's consciousness. Throughout this entire process, Fiddlesticks maintains its role as observer and artist. It takes aesthetic pleasure in the elegance of its psychological campaigns, appreciating the subtle ways that fear can be cultivated and shaped. Each victim represents a unique creative challenge: how to transform this particular consciousness into the perfect expression of terror. The entity also demonstrates remarkable adaptability in its methods. What works on a simple farmer might fail completely against an educated scholar, so Fiddlesticks adjusts its approach accordingly. It has learned to terrorize intellectuals through philosophical paradoxes, to frighten warriors through challenges to their courage, and to horrify artists by corrupting their creative vision. Perhaps most disturbing is the entity's ability to create what might be called fear cascades, situations where the terror of one victim spreads to others, creating expanding networks of dread that feed the entity from multiple sources simultaneously. A family member's strange behavior, a friend's inexplicable disappearance, a neighbor's increasingly frantic warnings about something in the fields. These secondary effects multiply the entity's harvest exponentially. The aftermath of Fiddlesticks' attention leaves lasting marks on both individuals and communities. Even those who survive direct encounters often find their capacity for happiness permanently diminished, their baseline level of anxiety elevated, their trust in the safety of familiar places forever compromised. These lasting effects continue to provide nourishment to the entity long after its direct involvement has ended. In observing this methodical approach to terror, we see reflected back to us uncomfortable truths about the nature of fear itself. The entity's techniques work precisely because they exploit genuine vulnerabilities in human psychology: our need for safety, our attachment to loved ones, our dependence on predictable patterns and familiar environments. What does it tell us about ourselves that our deepest terrors can be so systematically cultivated and harvested? How do we find peace in a world where our very capacity for love and hope can be transformed into weapons against us? Chapter 5. Whispers in the Dark. In the stillness of midnight, when grief sits heavy on the heart and memories feel more real than the present moment, there comes sometimes a voice from the darkness. It speaks with perfect familiarity, carrying the cadence and warmth of someone deeply beloved, someone whose absence has carved a hollow space in the listener's soul. Picture yourself in such a moment, when the boundary between hope and despair grows thin, and consider how easily the human heart might mistake the sound of its own longing for the return of what has been lost forever. This cruel mimicry represents perhaps Fiddlestick's most insidious talent, the ability to steal not just the voices of the dead, but the very essence of how they spoke, laughed, and expressed love. The entity has spent millennia studying the subtle patterns of human communication, learning to reproduce not just words and tones, but the deeper emotional resonances that make each voice unique. When it speaks in the voice of a lost child, a departed spouse, or a beloved grandparent, the imitation is so perfect that even the most rational mind struggles to reject what the heart desperately wants to believe. The acquisition of these voices follows no moral code or sense of propriety. Fiddlesticks collects them like a twisted librarian gathering volumes for some unholy archive. Every death, every final breath, every last word spoken in love or pain becomes potential material for the entity's psychological arsenal. It matters not whether the deceased was saint or sinner, child or elder, beloved or forgotten. All voices are equally valuable for the purposes of manipulation and torment. The entity demonstrates particular interest in voices that carried strong emotional weight during life. The mother who sang lullabies to her children, The father whose stories filled long winter evenings, the lover whose whispered promises once made the future seem bright and certain. These voices, heavy with love and memory, prove most effective in their stolen form. When Fiddlesticks speaks with such voices, it can bypass rational thought entirely, striking directly at the emotional core, where grief and hope reside in perpetual tension. The timing of these vocal manifestations reveals the entity's sophisticated understanding of human psychology. It does not simply call out randomly in the night, but waits for moments of particular vulnerability, the anniversary of a death, the birthday of someone who will never age another year, the quiet hours when solitude amplifies loss. These are the times when Fiddlesticks chooses to let the stolen voices speak. The content of these spectral communications varies depending on the entity's assessment of what will cause the greatest psychological impact. Sometimes the voice speaks words of comfort, offering the forgiveness or reassurance that the listener has longed to hear. This false mercy creates a moment of profound relief that makes the eventual revelation of deception all the more devastating. Other times, the voice carries accusations or expressions of disappointment, transforming guilt and regret into active torment. Perhaps most cruelly, Fiddlesticks often uses these stolen voices to issue invitations. A deceased child might call from the darkness, asking a parent to come play in the moonlit fields. A lost love might whisper promises of reunion, if only the listener will step outside into the shadows where truth and nightmare converge. The entity understands that grief creates a powerful desire to bridge the gap between life and death, and it exploits this longing with predatory efficiency. The acoustic properties of these voice manifestations demonstrate the entity's mastery over both physical and metaphysical realms. The sounds can appear to come from specific directions, drawing victims toward isolated locations where Fiddlesticks can operate without interference. Yet the voices also seem to exist partially outside normal space, creating an eerie displacement that makes them feel both near and impossibly distant simultaneously. The entity has learned to layer these vocal deceptions with environmental manipulation that enhances their credibility. The sound of small footsteps might accompany a child's voice, or the rustle of familiar clothing might underscore an adult's whispered words. These supporting audio cues create a more complete sensory experience that makes the supernatural manifestation feel grounded in physical reality. Fiddlesticks also demonstrates the ability to engage in extended conversations using these stolen voices, responding to questions and engaging with memories in ways that suggest genuine consciousness. This interactive quality makes the deception particularly convincing, as the entity can adapt its responses based on the victim's emotional state and the specific relationship being mimicked. A conversation with a deceased spouse might focus on shared memories and inside jokes, while an exchange with a lost child might involve games and innocent questions that tug at parental heartstrings. The entity's vocal library appears to be vast and continuously growing. It can access voices from victims' distant past as well as recent losses, suggesting that it maintains some form of eternal archive of human speech. A voice not heard for decades might suddenly call out with perfect clarity, carrying the listener back to childhood or young adulthood with startling immediacy. The psychological impact of these encounters extends far beyond the immediate moment of contact. Victims often find themselves questioning not just their perceptions, but their entire understanding of death and the nature of consciousness. If the dead can speak, what does that mean for their own mortality? If loved ones still exist somewhere beyond death, why do they appear in such disturbing circumstances? These metaphysical doubts create ongoing anxiety that continues to nourish Fiddlesticks long after the initial encounter. The entity shows particular skill in exploiting unresolved relationships and unfinished emotional business. A voice might speak words that were never said in life, offering the closure that death denied, or revealing secrets that change the listener's understanding of the past. These posthumous revelations, whether comforting or disturbing, create powerful emotional responses that the entity can feed upon indefinitely. Family dynamics provide rich material for Fiddlesticks' vocal manipulations. It might use a deceased patriarch's voice to issue commands that divide siblings, or employ a lost child's words to drive wedges between grieving parents. The entity understands that families often harbor complex emotions around death, guilt, resentment, unfulfilled obligations, and it exploits these tensions with surgical precision. The phenomenon of multiple voices speaking simultaneously represents one of Fiddlesticks' most unsettling displays. A victim might hear an entire family reunion of the dead, with overlapping conversations and familiar laughter creating a cacophony of impossible nostalgia. These mass manifestations can overwhelm the listener's ability to process what they're experiencing, leading to psychological breakdown or complete surrender to the entity's influence. The entity also demonstrates awareness of how different cultures and time periods have understood death and communication with the deceased. It adapts its vocal manifestations to match the victim's spiritual and cultural background, making the experience feel consistent with their worldview, while still maintaining its fundamentally corrupting influence. Religious and spiritual individuals present particular challenges for the entity, as their beliefs often include frameworks for understanding supernatural communication. Fiddlesticks addresses this by crafting vocal manifestations that seem to validate the victim's faith, while gradually introducing elements that subvert their spiritual foundations. A voice might speak of heaven while describing experiences that contradict religious teachings, or offer divine messages that lead toward damnation rather than salvation. The aftermath of encounters with these stolen voices often leaves victims in a state of spiritual and emotional confusion that can last for years. They may become obsessed with seeking further contact, spending their lives chasing phantoms in hopes of recapturing those brief moments of impossible reunion. Others may develop such terror of death and the afterlife that they lose all capacity for spiritual comfort or hope. The entity's vocal abilities also extend to mimicking the living, though it uses this talent more sparingly. A victim might hear their own voice calling from another room, or the voice of a family member speaking words they never said. These manifestations of the living voice create a different type of psychological disruption, suggesting that identity itself is malleable, and that the boundaries between self and other are more fragile than we imagine. In its mastery of stolen voices, Fiddlesticks reveals perhaps the cruelest aspect of its nature, the willingness to weaponize love itself. Every cherished memory, every moment of tenderness, every expression of affection becomes potential ammunition in its campaign of terror. The entity transforms the human capacity for deep emotional connection into a vulnerability that can be exploited without mercy. As we contemplate this violation of death's silence, we confront disturbing questions about the nature of memory and identity. If our voices can be stolen and misused after death, what does that say about the permanence of who we are? How do we honor the memory of the departed when their very words might be turned against us? What comfort can we find in a world where even the silence of the grave offers no protection from manipulation and deceit? Chapter 6. The Demon's Territory. Across the vast expanse of Runeterra's countryside, there exist places where the maps grow uncertain and the roads seem to lead nowhere. These are not the dramatic battlefields where armies clash or the grand cities where empires rise and fall, but quiet agricultural regions where families have tended the same soil for generations. Picture yourself traveling through such landscapes, rolling fields of grain stretching to distant horizons, isolated farmsteads connected by dusty paths, small communities where everyone knows their neighbor's name and story. Yet within this peaceful tapestry, there are threads of darker color, places where something ancient and hungry has carved out territories of fear that span centuries. The entity known as Fiddlesticks does not claim territory in the conventional sense of marking borders or defending specific locations. Instead, it creates zones of influence, areas where its presence has become so deeply embedded in the local psyche that fear itself seems to hang in the air like morning mist. These regions share certain characteristics that make them ideal hunting grounds for a predator that feeds on psychological terror rather than physical sustenance. Isolation serves as the primary factor in determining Fiddlesticks' preferred territories. The entity gravitates toward areas where communities are small and scattered, where the nearest neighbors might be miles away across empty fields. This geographical separation serves multiple purposes in the demon's methodology. When terror strikes an isolated family, their screams cannot be heard, their disappearance might not be discovered for days or weeks, and there are no immediate witnesses to contradict the entity's careful manipulations of reality. The agricultural nature of these regions provides another crucial advantage. Farming communities exist in constant tension with forces beyond their control. Weather, disease, market fluctuations, and the eternal cycle of growth and decay. This underlying anxiety about survival and success creates a fertile psychological environment where deeper fears can easily take root. Fiddlesticks understands that people who depend on the land for their survival already live with an awareness of how quickly prosperity can turn to disaster. Historical patterns reveal that the entity's territories often develop around locations of past tragedy or trauma, a field where a family was murdered by raiders, a valley where disease once claimed an entire settlement, a crossroads where accidents seem to occur with unusual frequency. These places carry psychic residue that attracts Fiddlesticks like a beacon. The entity feeds not only on fresh fear, but also on the accumulated dread that lingers in places where terrible things have happened. The phenomenon of vanished communities represents perhaps the most chilling evidence of Fiddlesticks' territorial influence. Throughout Runeterra's history, there are records of farming settlements that simply ceased to exist, their inhabitants gone without explanation or trace. These disappearances typically occur gradually rather than all at once. First a family here, then another there, until what was once a thriving community becomes nothing more than empty buildings, slowly reclaimed by nature. Investigators who have studied these vanished settlements report common patterns that suggest supernatural influence. Personal belongings are often found arranged in disturbing configurations, as if positioned deliberately to create maximum psychological impact on whoever might discover them. Scarecrows appear in fields where none existed before, positioned to watch over crops that will never be harvested. Most unnervingly, these empty places seem to retain an oppressive atmosphere that makes visitors uncomfortable, as if the very air still carries echoes of the terror that drove away their former inhabitants. The entity's territorial behavior demonstrates remarkable patience and long-term planning. Fiddlesticks might spend decades establishing its presence in a region before beginning active hunting. During this establishment phase, it plants what might be called seeds of unease, subtle wrongness that gradually conditions the local population to accept increasingly strange occurrences as normal. A scarecrow that appears overnight in an unused field, livestock that refuse to graze in certain areas, crops that grow in patterns that seem almost deliberate. These minor anomalies prepare the psychological ground for more direct manifestations. Weather patterns often shift in subtle but significant ways within Fiddlesticks' territories. Fog may linger longer than natural meteorology would suggest, creating visual obscuration that aids the entity's movements. Storms might develop with unusual suddenness, providing cover for its activities while also generating the kind of atmospheric tension that amplifies human anxiety. The entity seems capable of influencing local weather systems to some degree, though whether this represents direct supernatural control or simply its presence affecting the spiritual environment remains unclear. Local folklore and oral traditions provide valuable insight into the entity's territorial history. In regions where Fiddlesticks has operated for extended periods, stories accumulate across generations, tales of disappeared travelers, warnings about avoiding certain fields after dark, and customs designed to ward off unspecified threats. These folklore traditions serve multiple purposes for the entity, both spreading awareness of its presence and creating a framework of superstition that makes its manifestations seem more credible. The entity shows particular interest in regions that serve as crossroads or transition zones between different territories or cultures, border areas between kingdoms, trading routes that connect distant communities, and river valleys that channel both commerce and communication. all attract Fiddlesticks' attention. These locations offer access to a wider variety of potential victims, while also providing natural cover for the entity's activities. Disappearances at crossroads can be attributed to bandits or wild animals, rather than supernatural causes. Migration patterns of both human and animal populations reveal the long-term effects of Fiddlesticks' territorial presence. Wildlife often avoids areas under the entity's influence, creating zones of unusual ecological silence that observant travelers might notice. Human settlement patterns also shift gradually, as families find excuses to relocate elsewhere, and new settlers are discouraged by an indefinable sense of wrongness about certain regions. The entity's territories often feature distinctive geographical markers that seem to serve as anchor points for its presence. Ancient trees that grow in unnatural configurations, rock formations that create eerie shadows at specific times of day, or water sources that reflect light in disturbing ways. These landmarks become focal points around which Fiddlesticks builds its sphere of influence. Locals often develop superstitions about these features, creating informal boundaries that help contain the entity's activities within defined areas. Seasonal variations affect the entity's territorial behavior in predictable patterns. Spring planting season, when farmers work alone in distant fields, provides optimal hunting opportunities. Autumn harvest time creates anxiety about crop yields and winter survival that the entity can exploit. The longest nights of winter offer maximum cover for its activities, while the brightest days of summer sometimes force it into temporary dormancy. The economic effects of Fiddlesticks' territorial presence create a subtle but persistent drain on affected regions. Property values decline in areas where disappearances have occurred, creating a gradual exodus of residents who can afford to relocate. Agricultural productivity often suffers as farmers become reluctant to work alone in distant fields, leading to reduced crop yields and regional economic decline. These practical consequences ensure that the entity's influence extends far beyond its direct victims. Communication networks within affected territories often develop characteristic distortions. Messages between communities may be delayed or lost entirely, creating information gaps that the entity can exploit. Travelers report feeling watched while passing through certain areas, leading to changes in trade routes that further isolate affected communities. The gradual breakdown of communication and commerce creates the kind of social fragmentation that makes communities more vulnerable to supernatural predation. Local religious and spiritual practices often evolve in response to Fiddlesticks' territorial presence, though these adaptations rarely prove effective against the entity. Protective rituals might develop around planting and harvest times, or communities might adopt customs of traveling in groups rather than alone. While these practices occasionally provide some psychological comfort, they demonstrate the deep impact that the entity's presence has on local culture and social organization. The entity's territorial expansion appears to follow natural patterns of human settlement and agricultural development. As populations grow and new lands are brought under cultivation, Fiddlesticks gradually extends its influence into these areas. This expansion is typically slow and subtle, occurring over generations rather than years, as the entity carefully establishes the psychological foundations necessary for effective hunting. Border regions between Fiddlesticks' established territories and areas of strong spiritual or magical protection reveal interesting phenomena. These transition zones often become battlegrounds of sorts, where the entity's influence meets resistance from protective forces, holy ground, or powerful magical wards. The resulting spiritual tension creates areas of unpredictable supernatural activity that can be dangerous to all who enter them. Record-keeping in regions under Fiddlesticks' influence often shows characteristic patterns of degradation. Documents may be lost or destroyed under mysterious circumstances, oral histories become confused or contradictory, and efforts to maintain accurate population records are frustrated by unexplained difficulties. This systematic erosion of historical memory serves the entity's purposes by making it harder for potential victims to understand the true nature of the threat they face. The psychological geography of Fiddlesticks' territories extends beyond mere physical boundaries to encompass shared mental states and collective fears. Communities within these regions develop similar patterns of anxiety and superstition, creating a kind of psychic resonance that the entity can manipulate from great distances. This collective unconscious becomes another tool in the demon's arsenal, allowing it to influence entire populations without direct contact. In studying these territories of terror, we confront the sobering reality that some places in our world may be fundamentally unsafe, not because of natural disasters or human conflict, but because they have become hunting grounds for entities that exist beyond our normal understanding of reality. How do we find peace in knowing that there are corners of our world where the very landscape has been shaped by an intelligence that views human suffering as sustenance? Chapter 7. Encounters with other demons. In the shadowed spaces between the material world and the realm of pure emotion, where demons are born from the intensity of mortal feeling, there exists a complex hierarchy older than recorded history. Picture yourself as an observer in this twilight realm, watching as entities of crystallized emotion navigate relationships as intricate and ancient as those found in any earthly court. At the apex of this supernatural society stands Fiddlesticks, not through conquest or proclamation, but through the simple, undeniable fact of its primordial nature, the first fear that ever took conscious form. The relationship between Fiddlesticks and other demons reveals fascinating dynamics about the nature of emotional entities and their interactions with one another. Unlike human relationships built on communication and mutual understanding, demonic interactions operate according to laws of emotional resonance, territorial influence, and feeding hierarchy. Fiddlesticks, as the eldest and most fundamentally rooted of all demons, occupies a unique position that other entities both respect and fear. The demon of addiction, known to mortals through its vessel Tom Kench, represents one of the most complex relationships in Fiddlesticks' supernatural social network. Both entities feed on human weakness, but their methods and targets differ significantly. Where Fiddlesticks cultivates terror through patient psychological manipulation, the addiction demon offers immediate gratification in exchange for long-term spiritual enslavement. Their territories occasionally overlap, particularly in communities where despair has created vulnerability to both fear and destructive habits. When these two ancient entities encounter one another, the interaction resembles a negotiation between apex predators who recognize each other's strength. Neither seeks direct conflict, as both understand that their different feeding methods can actually complement rather than compete. Fiddlesticks might drive a victim to such depths of terror that they become susceptible to the false comfort offered by addiction, while the addiction demon's victims, trapped in cycles of shame and self-destruction, become ideal targets for Fiddlesticks' psychological predation. The demon of obsession presents a different dynamic entirely. This entity, which has found expression through hosts like Thresh, shares with Fiddlesticks a patient, methodical approach to victim cultivation. Both demons understand the value of long-term psychological manipulation over quick consumption. However, their methods diverge in significant ways. Where Fiddlesticks seeks to break its victims through terror, the obsession demon seeks to possess them through compulsive fixation. Historical records, sparse though they are, suggest that these two entities have occasionally worked in concert during particularly devastating supernatural events. The obsession demon's ability to focus a victim's attention completely on a single object or desire can create the perfect psychological state for Fiddlesticks to exploit. A person driven to obsession becomes isolated from normal social support networks, making them ideal prey for the ancient fear's harvesting methods. The demon of despair, manifesting through entities like Nocturne, occupies a more directly competitive relationship with Fiddlesticks. Both feed on negative emotional states, and both prefer to work in darkness and isolation. This similarity of method and territory has occasionally led to conflicts over particularly promising victims or valuable hunting grounds. These confrontations rarely result in direct combat, but rather in subtle campaigns of influence, where each demon attempts to turn a situation to its own advantage. The resolution of such conflicts typically depends on which demon has the stronger claim to a particular emotional state. Fiddlestick's primordial nature gives it natural authority over situations where fear is the dominant emotion, while the despair demon claims precedence in cases where hopelessness and resignation have taken hold. Wise in their ancient intelligence, both entities usually find ways to divide resources rather than waste energy in destructive conflict. Newer demons, those born from more recent human anxieties and technological fears, occupy the lowest rungs of this supernatural hierarchy. These entities, feeding on modern anxieties about surveillance, artificial intelligence, or environmental destruction, defer to Fiddlestick's authority without question. The ancient entity views these newcomers with a mixture of paternal indulgence and predatory calculation, understanding that their emergence reflects the evolution of human consciousness and fear. The teaching relationship between Fiddlesticks and younger demons provides insight into how supernatural entities develop their abilities. The ancient fear occasionally shares knowledge about psychological manipulation and reality distortion, though it carefully guards the most powerful techniques. These lessons are not given out of kindness, but as investments. Better trained, lesser demons create more efficient feeding networks that ultimately benefit all entities in the hierarchy. Regional variations in demonic influence create complex territorial arrangements that require constant negotiation and adjustment. Different cultures produce different dominant fears and emotional states, making some areas more suitable for certain types of demons. Fiddlestick's universal nature allows it to operate effectively in any human culture, but it often delegates specific regions to more specialized entities that can exploit local psychological vulnerabilities more efficiently. The entity demonstrates particular interest in demons that have found permanent hosts in powerful mortal vessels. The relationship between Swain and his demonic patron represents a fascinating case study in human-demon cooperation that Fiddlesticks observes with keen interest. While the ancient fear rarely enters into such binding arrangements itself, it studies these partnerships to understand how demonic influence can be channeled through willing human collaborators. Competition for particularly valuable victims sometimes leads to elaborate supernatural contests where multiple demons attempt to claim the same target. These situations require delicate negotiation, as the destruction of a promising victim through competing influences serves no one's interests. Fiddlesticks often serves as an arbiter in such disputes, its ancient wisdom and primary status, giving it the authority to divide resources fairly among competing entities. The entity's relationship with demons of positive emotions, if such entities truly exist, remains largely mysterious. Some scholars theorize that joy, love, and hope might also crystallize into demonic forms under the right circumstances, though such beings would presumably feed on positive emotional states rather than negative ones. Fiddlestick's reaction to such hypothetical entities would likely depend on whether they competed for the same victims or could coexist in the same emotional ecosystem. The ancient fear's influence on demonic evolution extends beyond direct teaching to encompass subtle manipulation of how newer entities develop their abilities. By demonstrating certain techniques or revealing particular psychological vulnerabilities, Fiddlesticks can guide the development of lesser demons in directions that serve its own long-term interests. This mentorship ensures that the entire demonic hierarchy operates in ways that ultimately benefit the primordial entities at its apex. Alliances between demons, when they occur, typically focus on specific objectives rather than permanent partnerships. Fiddlesticks might cooperate with other entities to exploit a particularly resistant target, to explore new hunting territories, or to respond to threats from human magical practitioners. These temporary alliances dissolve once their immediate purpose is achieved, as the fundamental nature of demonic existence makes long-term cooperation difficult to maintain. The entity's response to attempts at demonic binding or banishment by human magic users reveals another aspect of interdemonic relationships. When one demon is successfully contained or destroyed by mortal intervention, the others take careful note of the techniques used and the circumstances that led to failure. This collective learning makes the demonic community increasingly resistant to human magical intervention over time. Fiddlesticks' role as an information broker within the demonic hierarchy stems from its extensive observation of human behavior across millennia. Newer demons often seek its advice about exploiting particular psychological vulnerabilities or adapting to changes in human culture and technology. This knowledge-sharing arrangement reinforces the ancient fear's position at the top of the supernatural hierarchy, while ensuring that all demons benefit from accumulated wisdom. The entity's patience in dealing with other demons reflects its understanding that time works differently for immortal beings. Where humans might rush to resolve conflicts or establish dominance quickly, Fiddlesticks is content to let relationships develop over centuries or millennia. This long-term perspective allows it to maintain stable arrangements with other entities, while slowly maneuvering to increase its own influence and territory. Seasonal gatherings of demonic entities, if they occur, would likely center around times when the barrier between the physical and spiritual worlds grows thin. Events like the Harrowing, when the black mist spreads from the Shadow Isles, create opportunities for multiple demons to manifest simultaneously and coordinate their activities. Fiddlesticks' behavior during such events would presumably focus on establishing or reinforcing its dominance over the assembled supernatural entities. The ancient fear's attitude toward demons that have achieved some form of redemption or positive transformation reveals its pragmatic understanding of supernatural existence. While it might view such changes as interesting curiosities, Fiddlesticks recognizes that the fundamental nature of demonic existence makes true redemption extremely rare. Most apparent transformations are simply tactical adaptations that serve the entity's feeding needs more effectively. The complex web of relationships between Fiddlesticks and other demonic entities creates a supernatural ecosystem where competition and cooperation exist in constant tension. Each entity pursues its own feeding needs, while remaining aware of how its actions affect the broader community of emotional parasites that inhabit the spaces between worlds. In contemplating these relationships between entities born from the darkest aspects of consciousness, we glimpse the possibility that our negative emotions might be more than personal experiences. They might be part of a vast network of supernatural influence that shapes reality in ways we barely comprehend. What does it mean that our fears and desires might give birth to intelligences that then manipulate us in return, creating cycles of influence that span generations and reshape the very nature of emotional experience? Chapter 8. The 10 Kings and Ancient Legends. In the sacred groves of Ionia, where ancient trees whisper secrets older than memory, there exists a mythology so profound and terrifying that few dare speak of it openly. Picture yourself sitting beneath the spreading branches of a spirit tree, listening as an elderly monk shares tales passed down through countless generations, stories that blur the line between history and nightmare, between cultural memory and prophetic warning. Among these legends, none carries more weight or inspires more dread than the tale of the 10 kings of the spirit realm, and the unnamed terror that existed before them all. The 10 kings, according to Ionian tradition, represent the ultimate manifestation of demonic power, entities so vast and terrible that they rule over entire domains of spiritual influence. Each king embodies a fundamental aspect of supernatural malevolence, commanding legions of lesser demons and shaping reality according to their ancient will. Yet even in these tales of cosmic horror, there are whispered references to something older and more primal than any king, a presence that existed before their rise to power, something that taught them the very nature of fear itself. This unnamed entity, referred to in the oldest texts only as the first among the dark, corresponds unmistakably to what we know as Fiddlesticks. The descriptions, though couched in poetic language and religious metaphor, paint a picture of a being that introduced the concept of terror to the spiritual realm itself. Before its awakening, the legends claim, even demons knew only simple emotions: hunger, anger, desire, but not the complex psychological torment that would come to characterize the most sophisticated forms of supernatural predation. Ionian cultural memory, preserves these stories, not as entertainment, but as crucial warnings about the nature of reality itself. The monks who maintain these oral traditions understand that the tales serve multiple purposes. They preserve historical truth, provide guidance for spiritual protection, and maintain awareness of threats that exist beyond normal human comprehension. The careful preservation of these legends across millennia suggests that they contain more literal truth than most scholars are willing to acknowledge. The description of how the First Among the Dark manifested in the early world bears striking similarity to Fiddlesticks' known behavior patterns. Ancient texts speak of an entity that appeared first as moving shadows in peripheral vision, then as disturbing dreams that lingered into waking hours, and finally, as a scarecrow-like figure that stood in fields where no scarecrow had been placed. These manifestations, according to legend, always preceded periods of mysterious disappearances and community-wide terror. One particularly detailed account, preserved in the hidden archives of the Shojin Monastery, describes an encounter between the First Among the Dark and an early Ionian settlement. The story tells of a farming community that discovered a crude scarecrow in their fields one autumn morning, positioned where their own protective figures had stood for generations. Over the following weeks, the scarecrow seemed to move closer to the village each night, despite no wind strong enough to shift its heavy frame. The villagers' attempts to remove or destroy the figure met with supernatural resistance. Tools would break when used against it, fires would refuse to catch its straw-stuffed form, and those who touched it directly reported experiencing visions of their own deaths in terrifying detail. As their fear grew, so too did the entity's power, until it could speak in the voices of their departed loved ones and appear in multiple locations simultaneously. The legend's resolution demonstrates the sophisticated understanding that Ionian culture developed regarding entities like Fiddlesticks. Rather than attempting to destroy the creature through force, the villagers ultimately chose to abandon their settlement entirely, scattering to distant locations where the entity's influence could not follow. This tactical retreat, while costly, allowed them to preserve their lives and their sanity, a pragmatic approach that reflects deep wisdom about the nature of supernatural threats. Similar tales appear in the folklore of cultures across Runeterra, though each civilization has adapted the core story to fit their own spiritual framework and cultural values. In Demacia, ancient texts speak of the shadow behind the light, an entity that corrupted protective magic and turned symbols of safety into sources of terror. These Demacian accounts emphasize the entity's ability to corrupt and invert positive forces, reflecting that culture's focus on purity and protection from magical contamination. Freljordian legends describe encounters with the hunger that wears no form, a presence that could manifest as familiar figures from clan mythology, protective spirits, ancestral guides, or tribal totems, but which brought only death and madness to those who trusted its false appearance. These northern tales emphasize the entity's deceptive nature and its exploitation of cultural and spiritual bonds that held Freljordian society together. The nomadic peoples of Shurima preserve stories of the Mirage of Despair, an entity that appeared to lost travelers as an oasis or shelter, only to lead them deeper into the desert where their bleached bones would later be found arranged in disturbing patterns around crude scarecrow figures made from their own clothing and possessions. These desert legends highlight the entity's ability to exploit hope and desperate need, turning salvation into damnation. Bilgewater's maritime culture has developed its own unique interpretation of the entity, describing encounters with the captain of lost ships, a figure that appears on vessels during the darkest nights, wearing the form of trusted crew members, but speaking words that drive sailors to madness and mutiny. These nautical legends emphasize the entity's ability to corrupt trust and cooperation, turning the bonds that hold a crew together into weapons of psychological destruction. The variation in these cultural interpretations reveals important truths about both the entity's nature and human psychology. Fiddlesticks appears to each culture in forms that exploit their specific vulnerabilities and fears, adapting its manifestation to match local symbols of safety and protection. This adaptive ability suggests an intelligence sophisticated enough to understand not just individual psychology but collective cultural consciousness as well. Scholarly analysis of these legends reveals consistent patterns that support their basis in historical fact. The geographical distribution of similar stories, the consistency of certain supernatural elements across disparate cultures, and the preservation of specific details across millennia all suggest that these tales preserve genuine memories of encounters with a real entity, rather than purely mythological constructs. The timing of these legendary encounters also follows predictable patterns that match what we know of Fiddlesticks' behavioral cycles. Many stories describe the entity's appearance during periods of cultural transition, social stress, or environmental disaster, times when communities would be particularly vulnerable to psychological manipulation. This suggests that the entity has long understood how to exploit periods of weakness and uncertainty for maximum effect. Religious responses to these legends vary significantly between cultures, but most involve some form of protective ritual or taboo designed to prevent encounters with the entity. Ionian practices include the careful placement of genuine scarecrows in specific geometric patterns, the maintenance of certain sacred groves as neutral ground where supernatural entities cannot manifest, and the teaching of meditation techniques designed to strengthen mental defenses against psychological manipulation. The preservation of these protective traditions across generations demonstrates their perceived effectiveness, though their actual utility against an entity like Fiddlesticks remains questionable. The rituals may provide some psychological comfort and community cohesion, but they are more likely valuable as early warning systems that help communities recognize supernatural threats before they reach critical intensity. Some legends hint at rare instances where human communities successfully resisted or repelled the entity's influence. These stories typically involve extraordinary circumstances, powerful magic users, divine intervention, or the spontaneous development of collective spiritual resistance. The rarity of such accounts underscores the exceptional nature of successful resistance and the usual futility of direct confrontation. The role of storytellers and oral tradition keepers in preserving these legends deserves special attention. These individuals often develop heightened sensitivity to supernatural influences as a result of their intimate familiarity with the entity's methods and manifestations. Some become informal guardians of their communities, using their knowledge to identify early signs of supernatural threat and coordinate appropriate responses. The evolution of these legends over time reflects changing cultural fears and anxieties, while maintaining core elements that suggest consistent encounters with the same entity. Modern versions of the stories incorporate contemporary fears, concerns about technology, environmental destruction, or social isolation, while preserving the fundamental narrative structure that describes Fiddlesticks' methods and manifestations. The psychological impact of these legends extends beyond their immediate cultural context to influence individual behavior and community social structures. People who grow up hearing these stories develop heightened awareness of certain environmental cues and behavioral patterns that might indicate supernatural threat. This collective vigilance, while occasionally leading to false alarms, may also provide genuine protection against entities that rely on surprise and psychological vulnerability. The academic study of these legends faces significant challenges, as scholars must navigate between scientific skepticism and cultural respect, while dealing with source material that claims to describe impossible events. The most productive approach appears to be treating the stories as valuable historical documents that preserve important cultural knowledge regardless of their literal truth value. International folklore conferences have revealed that similar legend patterns exist in cultures that had no historical contact with each other, suggesting either independent encounters with the same entity or the existence of universal psychological patterns that create similar mythological constructs. The consistency of certain specific details across these isolated traditions provides compelling evidence for the former interpretation. The influence of these legends on artistic and literary traditions cannot be overlooked. They have inspired countless works of music, poetry, visual art, and literature that serve to keep the cultural memory alive while adapting it for contemporary audiences. These artistic interpretations often capture emotional truths about the entity's nature that more analytical approaches might miss. In our modern age, as traditional cultural bonds weaken and ancient warnings fade from memory, these legends take on new relevance as historical records of humanity's long struggle with forces beyond normal comprehension. They remind us that our ancestors faced supernatural threats with wisdom earned through terrible experience, and that their knowledge might still prove valuable in our own encounters with the ancient darkness. What wisdom can we draw from stories that have survived for millennia, despite their frightening content? How do we balance skeptical rationality with the possibility that some truths are too terrible to be preserved, except through the protective veil of legend and myth? Chapter 9. Modern Manifestations. As the great wheel of time turns and civilizations transform themselves through innovation and discovery, one might expect that ancient terrors would fade into irrelevance, becoming nothing more than dusty legends told by flickering firelight. Yet in the hidden corners of Runeterra's modern world, where progress and tradition meet in uneasy balance, there are those who know better. Picture yourself walking through a contemporary farming settlement, where Hextech lighting illuminates the main thoroughfares and communication crystals connect distant homesteads, a place where the old ways persist beneath a veneer of modern convenience. It is precisely in such locations that the entity known as Fiddlesticks continues to adapt, evolve, and harvest fear from new generations who have forgotten the hard-won wisdom of their ancestors. The entity's remarkable adaptability becomes most apparent when examining recent encounters documented by scholars, investigators, and the few survivors brave enough to speak of their experiences. Unlike other ancient supernatural threats that seem bound to specific time periods or cultural contexts, Fiddlesticks demonstrates an almost chameleon-like ability to reinvent itself for each new era. It studies emerging technologies, social structures, and cultural anxieties with the patience of a being that has observed countless civilizations rise and fall. Modern transportation networks have provided the entity with new opportunities for mobility and victim selection. Reports from across Runeterra describe encounters with suspicious Scarecrow figures positioned along major trade routes, seemingly placed to observe the flow of travelers between cities and settlements. These strategic positions allow Fiddlesticks to identify isolated individuals or small groups who might prove vulnerable to its psychological manipulations, while also providing escape routes that lead away from populated areas. The development of magical communication systems presents both challenges and opportunities for the entity. While crystal-based communication networks make it harder for disappearances to go unnoticed, they also create new vectors for psychological manipulation. Several documented cases describe families receiving communication crystals that carry the voices of missing relatives, leading rescue parties into remote areas where they encounter the entity directly. The technology, meant to provide safety and connection, becomes another tool in Fiddlesticks' arsenal of deception. Contemporary agricultural practices have forced the entity to adapt its traditional scarecrow disguise to remain effective in modern farming contexts. Recent sightings describe figures that incorporate newer materials, metal framework instead of wooden posts, synthetic fabrics rather than homespun cloth, and positioning that accounts for mechanized farming equipment. Yet beneath these superficial updates, the essential psychological impact remains unchanged: the violation of familiar protective symbols and the corruption of rural tranquility. The entity has shown particular interest in regions where traditional farming communities intersect with industrial development, areas where mining operations, magical research facilities, or manufacturing centers have been established near agricultural settlements, provide rich feeding grounds for an entity that thrives on cultural tension and social anxiety. The fear of change, of losing traditional ways of life, creates psychological vulnerabilities that Fiddlesticks exploits with practiced skill. Educational institutions represent another new category of target for the entity's modern manifestations. Several university towns have reported incidents involving scarecrow figures that appear on campus grounds during examination periods or times of academic stress. These manifestations seem designed to exploit the specific anxieties of student populations: fear of failure, social isolation, uncertainty about the future, while taking advantage of the temporary nature of academic communities, where disappearances might be attributed to students simply leaving school. The urbanization of rural populations has created interesting challenges for an entity traditionally associated with agricultural settings. Fiddlesticks has adapted by manifesting in urban green spaces, community gardens, and even rooftop agricultural projects. The entity seems to understand that many city dwellers maintain psychological connections to rural imagery and agricultural symbolism, making the appearance of a threatening scarecrow figure just as disturbing in an urban context as in traditional farming communities. Modern military conflicts have provided the entity with new forms of fear to study and exploit. Veterans returning from recent wars carry psychological traumas that differ significantly from the simple, immediate fears that characterized earlier eras. Fiddlesticks has learned to exploit complex forms of psychological damage, survivor guilt, moral injury, and the dissociation that results from exposure to magical warfare. Several documented cases describe the entity appearing to traumatized veterans in forms that incorporate elements from their military experiences. The growth of international trade and cultural exchange has allowed Fiddlesticks to study fear patterns from multiple civilizations simultaneously. The entity appears to synthesize techniques learned from different cultures, creating hybrid approaches that can be tailored to specific victims regardless of their cultural background. This cosmopolitan approach to terror represents a significant evolution from its earlier, more regionally specific manifestations. Technological advancement in record-keeping and investigation has made it more difficult for the entity to operate with complete impunity, leading to interesting adaptations in its methodology. Rather than leaving behind the dramatic evidence that characterized earlier manifestations, modern encounters often involve more subtle psychological manipulation that leaves victims doubting their own perceptions. The entity has learned to work within the constraints of a more connected, documented world, while maintaining its effectiveness as a predator. The emergence of organized supernatural investigation groups represents a new challenge that Fiddlesticks has met with characteristic cunning. Rather than avoiding these investigators entirely, the entity has occasionally used them as tools for its own purposes. By allowing itself to be partially observed or documented, it can spread awareness of its presence to larger populations, creating diffuse fear networks that provide sustenance without requiring direct contact. Some investigators have unknowingly become instruments of the entity's influence, carrying its psychological contagion to new communities. Medical and psychological institutions provide particularly rich hunting grounds for modern manifestations. Hospitals, sanitariums, and healing centers contain concentrated populations of individuals already experiencing physical or mental vulnerability. The entity has learned to exploit the specific anxieties associated with illness, aging, and mental instability, often appearing to patients during periods of particular weakness or uncertainty about their recovery. The development of mass communication systems has allowed Fiddlesticks to study collective fear responses on an unprecedented scale. By observing how information spreads through newspapers, magical broadcasting networks, and other mass media, the entity has gained insight into how fear propagates through large populations. This knowledge informs its strategic decisions about when and where to manifest, allowing it to maximize the psychological impact of its appearances. Religious and spiritual institutions in the modern era present complex targets that require sophisticated approaches. Traditional protective rituals and blessed grounds still pose challenges for the entity, but changing spiritual practices and weakening religious observance have created new vulnerabilities. Fiddlesticks has learned to exploit spiritual uncertainty and religious doubt, appearing to individuals who question their faith or struggle with theological concepts. The entity's interaction with modern magical practitioners reveals its continued evolution and learning. Contemporary mages, with their systematic approaches to supernatural study, present both greater challenges and more interesting opportunities than their predecessors. Some magical researchers have reported encounters with the entity that seemed designed more to test their abilities and understanding than to cause immediate harm, suggesting that Fiddlesticks views them as sources of valuable information about modern defensive techniques. Environmental changes resulting from industrial development and magical experimentation have created new categories of fear for the entity to exploit. Concerns about magical pollution, the depletion of natural resources, and the long-term consequences of technological advancement provide rich material for psychological manipulation. The entity has incorporated these contemporary anxieties into its traditional methods, creating hybrid forms of terror that speak to both ancient and modern concerns. The documentation of modern encounters reveals certain patterns that suggest the entity's continued psychological sophistication. Rather than relying solely on traditional methods, Fiddlesticks appears to conduct what might be called fear research, experimenting with new approaches, testing innovative manipulation techniques, and adapting its methods based on the results. This experimental approach indicates that the entity views its hunting not just as feeding, but as an ongoing educational process. Contemporary witness accounts describe technological manifestations that would have been impossible in earlier eras: Scarecrow figures that seem to interact with hex-tech devices, voices that emerge from communication crystals with no identifiable source, and electromagnetic disturbances that coincide with the entity's presence. All suggest that Fiddlesticks has learned to manipulate modern technology for its purposes. The entity's modern manifestations often involve violations of contemporary social norms and expectations, rather than just traditional agricultural symbolism. The disruption of scheduled transportation, the corruption of public ceremonies, and the manipulation of social media networks all represent adaptations to current social structures. These modern techniques achieve the same psychological impact as traditional methods, while remaining relevant to contemporary victims. Economic anxieties provide another category of modern fear that the entity has learned to exploit. The uncertainty associated with market fluctuations, unemployment, and economic inequality creates psychological vulnerabilities that Fiddlesticks can manipulate effectively. The entity has been observed manifesting during economic downturns, positioning itself to take advantage of communities already stressed by financial concerns. International incident reports suggest that the entity's influence may be expanding geographically as global communication and transportation networks provide it with access to previously isolated populations. Remote communities that once enjoyed natural protection through their isolation now find themselves connected to broader networks that can carry supernatural influence along with conventional information and commerce. The study of modern manifestations reveals that while Fiddlesticks' fundamental nature remains unchanged, its expression continues to evolve in response to changing human circumstances. The entity's ability to adapt while maintaining its essential character demonstrates an intelligence that views human civilization not as a static target, but as an evolving challenge requiring constant study and creative response. As we contemplate these contemporary encounters with ancient terror, we must acknowledge that progress and innovation, while bringing many benefits, cannot shield us from every form of supernatural threat. Some dangers are too fundamental to human consciousness to be eliminated through technological advancement alone. How do we protect ourselves from entities that learn and adapt as quickly as we do, that view our innovations not as obstacles, but as new tools for their eternal harvest of human fear? Chapter 10. The Endless Hunger. In the deepest contemplation of what drives existence itself, we might wonder about the nature of satisfaction and completion, those moments when hunger is filled, when desire reaches fulfillment, when the searching soul finally finds its rest. Yet imagine, if you will, a hunger so fundamental that it exists beyond the possibility of satisfaction, a yearning so vast that each feeding only deepens the emptiness it seeks to fill. This is the tragic essence of Fiddlesticks' existence, an entity locked in an eternal cycle of consumption that brings neither satisfaction nor peace. only an ever-growing appetite for the terror that sustains its being. The paradox of Fiddlesticks' hunger lies in the very nature of fear as an emotional experience. Unlike physical sustenance, which can satisfy bodily needs and bring temporary contentment, fear consumed by the entity appears to create an inverse effect. Each act of terror absorbed, each moment of panic harvested, each scream silenced serves not to diminish the entity's appetite, but to expand it exponentially. This suggests that the demon's relationship with fear operates according to laws that defy conventional understanding of consumption and satisfaction. The mechanism behind this endless appetite reveals itself through careful observation of the entity's feeding patterns across its long existence. When Fiddlesticks consumes the terror of a single victim, it doesn't simply absorb that individual's capacity for fear. It gains intimate knowledge of new ways that fear can manifest, new psychological vulnerabilities to exploit, new techniques for cultivating terror in others. Each feeding becomes a learning experience that expands the entity's understanding of fear's infinite possibilities. This knowledge accumulation creates a cascading effect where each successful hunt enables more sophisticated and effective future hunts. The entity doesn't just feed on fear, it collects it, catalogs it, and uses it as the foundation for increasingly elaborate psychological campaigns. A farmer's terror of crop failure teaches the demon about agricultural anxieties. A parent's fear for their child's safety reveals new depths of protective vulnerability. A scholar's dread of intellectual inadequacy opens doorways to academic and professional terrors. The cyclical nature of the entity's existence becomes apparent when examining how its activities impact entire communities across generations. Fiddlesticks doesn't simply consume individual victims and move on. It plants seeds of terror that continue to grow long after its direct involvement has ended. The stories of its manifestations passed down through families and communities create ongoing networks of fear that the entity can tap into without active hunting. Children who grow up hearing whispered warnings about scarecrows that move in the night carry those fears into adulthood, where they unconsciously transmit them to their own children. Communities that have experienced the entity's attention develop collective anxieties and behavioral patterns that persist for generations. These inherited fears create a form of passive feeding that sustains Fiddlesticks even during periods of apparent dormancy. The geographical aspect of the entity's hunger reveals another dimension of its endless nature. As human populations spread across Runeterra, they carry with them both the knowledge and the psychological vulnerabilities that make them susceptible to Fiddlesticks' influence. New settlements, fresh territories, and unexplored regions all represent potential feeding grounds that the entity can colonize with patient determination. The expansion of civilization thus becomes a paradox. While it might seem that increased population density and technological advancement would provide protection against ancient supernatural threats, they actually create more opportunities for entities like Fiddlesticks to find new sources of sustenance. Urban anxieties, industrial fears, and technological terrors all represent unexplored categories of emotion for the entity to study and exploit. The temporal aspect of the hunger presents perhaps the most disturbing element of all. Fiddlesticks exists outside normal time constraints, possessing the patience to pursue feeding opportunities across decades or centuries. A single victim might provide sustenance, not just through their own terror, but through the fears they generate in others, the stories they inspire, and the psychological trauma they carry to their graves. The entity's hunger also demonstrates a qualitative dimension that goes beyond simple quantity of fear consumed. Different types of terror provide different forms of nourishment. The sharp, immediate panic of sudden danger offers one kind of sustenance, while the slow, grinding dread of inevitable loss provides another. The entity appears to seek variety in its diet, pursuing a complete spectrum of human terror, rather than focusing on any single category. This quest for emotional diversity drives much of Fiddlesticks' adaptive behavior and territorial expansion. The entity must constantly seek new forms of fear to study and consume. as familiar terrors eventually lose their potency through repetition. This creates an inherent pressure toward innovation and creativity in the entity's methods, forcing it to continuously evolve its approaches to maintain effective feeding. The relationship between the entity's hunger and its intelligence reveals a feedback loop that perpetuates its endless appetite. Each feeding session not only provides sustenance but also increases the demon's cognitive capacity, enabling it to conceive of more sophisticated psychological manipulations. Greater intelligence leads to more effective hunting, which generates more fear to consume, which further enhances the entity's mental capabilities. This intellectual growth appears to be unlimited, suggesting that Fiddlesticks could theoretically continue evolving for eternity as long as it maintains access to sources of fear. The entity's current manifestation as a Scarecrow, while terrifyingly effective, might represent only a fraction of its ultimate potential. The implications of such unlimited growth are staggering to contemplate. The entity's hunger also exhibits what might be called emotional archaeology, the ability to extract fear not just from present circumstances, but from deep psychological layers that connect to ancestral trauma, cultural memory, and species-wide anxieties. When Fiddlesticks feeds on an individual's terror, it gains access to the accumulated fears of their entire lineage, creating connections that span generations and cultures. This ancestral feeding creates temporal networks, where the entity can draw sustenance from fears that predate its current victims by centuries. A person's terror of abandonment might connect to their great-grandmother's experience of wartime separation, providing the entity with access to historical trauma that continues to resonate through family lines. These deep connections ensure that Fiddlestick's hunger can always find new sources of nourishment, even in seemingly exhausted territories. The social dimension of the entity's endless appetite becomes apparent when examining how fear spreads through communities like a contagion. Fiddlesticks has learned to create what might be called fear epidemics, situations where one person's terror spreads to others through psychological and social mechanisms. These epidemics can sustain the entity for extended periods without requiring direct manifestation or active hunting. The creation of such epidemics requires sophisticated understanding of social psychology and group dynamics. The entity must identify key individuals whose fears will resonate most strongly with others, then craft experiences that transform their terror into communicable anxiety. A respected community leader's breakdown, a beloved teacher's mysterious disappearance, or a protective parent's paranoid behavior can all serve as vectors for spreading fear throughout entire populations. The entity's hunger also demonstrates recursive qualities, where fear of Fiddlesticks itself becomes a source of sustenance. People who become aware of the entity's existence often develop meta-fears, terror of encountering the demon, anxiety about becoming its victim, and dread of the psychological manipulation it might employ. These secondary fears provide nourishment that is both ironic and tragically inevitable. This recursive feeding creates a situation where knowledge of the entity becomes both protection and vulnerability. Awareness of Fiddlesticks' methods might help individuals recognize and resist its manipulations, but that same awareness generates the kind of ongoing anxiety that the entity can feed upon indefinitely. The demon benefits whether its potential victims know about it or remain ignorant of its existence. The philosophical implications of endless hunger touch on fundamental questions about the nature of existence and satisfaction. If Fiddlesticks represents fear made manifest, then its insatiable appetite might reflect something essential about fear itself. Its tendency to grow rather than diminish with feeding, to expand rather than contract with experience, to generate new anxieties even as old ones are resolved. The entity's condition might serve as a dark mirror for human psychological tendencies toward escalating anxiety and ever-expanding worry. Just as Fiddlesticks can never be satisfied with the fear it has consumed, human consciousness often demonstrates an inability to achieve lasting peace or security, always finding new sources of concern and anxiety, even when old problems are solved. The biological metaphor of hunger, while useful for understanding the entity's drive, may ultimately prove inadequate for comprehending its true nature. Unlike biological hunger, which exists to maintain physical systems and ensure survival, Fiddlesticks' appetite serves no apparent survival function. The entity doesn't hunger because it needs fear to live. It hungers because it is hunger itself, given form and consciousness. This distinction suggests that the entity's endless appetite might be less a flaw or curse than a fundamental aspect of its identity. Fiddlesticks doesn't suffer from insatiable hunger. It is insatiable hunger, given intelligence and purpose. This perspective transforms our understanding of the entity from a creature trapped by its needs to a force of nature that embodies the very concept of endless want. The temporal scope of this endless hunger creates a form of existential horror that transcends individual encounters or specific manifestations. Knowing that Fiddlesticks will continue hunting, feeding, and growing for as long as conscious beings exist to experience fear transforms it from a problem to be solved into a condition to be endured. The entity's endless hunger thus becomes a meditation on the nature of suffering itself. The way that certain forms of pain seem to regenerate rather than heal, the manner in which some wounds deepen rather than close with time, and the terrible possibility that some aspects of existence might be fundamentally, irreducibly tragic. In contemplating this eternal appetite, we confront questions that reach beyond supernatural horror into the realm of existential philosophy. What does it mean to exist in a universe where such entities are possible? How do we find meaning and hope when faced with forces that seem to grow stronger through opposition and more satisfied through denial? Can there be peace in a world where hunger itself has achieved consciousness and dedicated that consciousness to the eternal pursuit of our deepest fears? Chapter 11. Those who survived. In the archives of human experience, among testimonies of war, plague, and natural disaster, there exist accounts so disturbing that they are kept in special collections, accessible only to scholars with the strongest mental fortitude. These are the testimonies of those who encountered Fiddlesticks and somehow lived to speak of it, survivors whose words carry the weight of impossible truth, and whose eyes hold depths of knowledge that no human soul should have to bear. Picture yourself reading these carefully preserved accounts, feeling the tremor in handwriting that still shakes decades after the encounter, sensing the careful gaps where memories have been deliberately suppressed or lost to merciful amnesia. The rarity of such testimonies cannot be overstated. For every documented survivor of a Fiddlesticks encounter, there are dozens of disappearances, unexplained deaths, and cases of complete psychological breakdown that left no coherent account behind. Those who do survive often struggle for years or decades before finding the courage and mental stability necessary to record their experiences. Many never speak of their encounters at all, carrying their knowledge to graves marked by lives of quiet terror and haunted vigilance. The circumstances that allow survival vary dramatically, but certain patterns emerge from careful analysis of available accounts. Some survivors appear to have been spared deliberately by the entity, perhaps because their ongoing terror served its purposes better than their immediate consumption. Others escaped through extraordinary circumstances, divine intervention, magical protection, or simply being in the right place when the entity's attention was diverted elsewhere. One of the most detailed testimonies comes from Mira Thornfield, a farmer's daughter from the outskirts of Demacia, who encountered Fiddlesticks during her 16th year. Her account, written 30 years after the event, describes with painful clarity the gradual escalation of supernatural activity on her family's land, beginning with subtle wrongness, tools found in strange arrangements, livestock refusing to enter certain fields. The manifestations slowly intensified over several months. Mira's survival came about through a combination of factors that she herself struggles to understand. On the night when Fiddlesticks finally revealed itself fully, speaking in her deceased grandmother's voice while wearing the Scarecrow form, she experienced what she describes as a moment of transcendent clarity. Rather than fleeing in panic or freezing in terror, she found herself able to see the entity not as her grandmother returned, but as something wearing her grandmother's memory like a stolen garment. This recognition didn't diminish her fear, but it changed its nature. Instead of the paralyzing terror that the entity sought to cultivate, she experienced what she calls useful fear, the kind of terror that sharpens rather than clouds the mind. Acting on instinct she couldn't explain, she began reciting prayers while simultaneously acknowledging the entity's nature, rather than denying it. This unusual response seemed to confuse Fiddlesticks enough to create a brief window of opportunity for escape. The psychological aftermath of Mira's encounter illustrates the complex trauma that survivors must navigate. For years, she experienced nightmares that felt more real than waking life, periods of dissociation, where she questioned the nature of reality itself, and a persistent sense that the entity was still watching her from some vast distance. Sleep became a battlefield where her mind struggled against invasive thoughts and false memories planted by the entity's influence. Yet perhaps most disturbing was the gradual realization that her survival had come at a cost she was only beginning to understand. The entity had allowed her to escape, but it had also marked her in some fundamental way. She found herself able to sense supernatural presences with uncomfortable accuracy, drawn to places where tragedy had occurred, and plagued by prophetic dreams that often proved disturbingly accurate. Her survival had transformed her into something between fully human and supernatural entity, a living bridge between worlds that brought both insight and suffering. Another documented survivor, the scholar Marcus Brighthaven, provides a different perspective on the entity's methods and the possibility of resistance. His encounter occurred during a research expedition into historical disappearances in rural Noxus. Unlike Mira's gradual introduction to the entity's presence, Marcus faced Fiddlesticks in what he describes as a direct psychological assault, designed to break his analytical mind through overwhelming sensory and emotional manipulation. Marcus's account details the entity's sophisticated understanding of intellectual pride and academic ambition. Rather than using traditional fear tactics, Fiddlesticks attacked his sense of professional competence and scholarly identity. It presented him with impossible paradoxes, showed him evidence that contradicted his fundamental understanding of reality, and forced him to confront the limitations of rational thought when dealing with entities that exist beyond conventional logic. His survival strategy involved a deliberate embrace of intellectual humility that ran counter to every instinct of his scholarly training. By acknowledging his ignorance rather than defending his knowledge, by accepting rather than analyzing the impossible nature of what he was experiencing, he managed to deny the entity the specific type of mental anguish it sought to harvest. This approach required abandoning his identity as an expert and embracing a state of conscious confusion that ultimately protected his core sanity. The long-term effects on Marcus proved different from but no less profound than those experienced by Mira. His scholarly work took on an obsessive quality as he dedicated his life to documenting and understanding supernatural phenomena. Yet this research came at the cost of his ability to find joy in normal academic pursuits. Every discovery felt hollow, every achievement meaningless, when measured against the vast unknowns that his encounter had revealed. The testimony of Elena Ravencrest, a former Sentinel of Light, provides insight into how trained supernatural combatants experience and survive encounters with Fiddlesticks. Her military background and spiritual preparation proved both helpful and ultimately insufficient when facing an entity that operates primarily through psychological rather than physical means. The combat training that had served her well against conventional supernatural threats became a liability when dealing with an opponent that attacked through memories, emotions, and deepest fears. Elena's survival resulted from a tactical retreat that felt like cowardice but proved to be wisdom. When she realized that her conventional weapons and protective rituals were not only ineffective, but seemed to amuse the entity, she chose to abandon her mission and flee, rather than face certain destruction. This decision, which violated her training and professional pride, ultimately saved her life while teaching her humility about the limits of human preparation for certain supernatural encounters. The pattern that emerges from these and other survivor accounts suggests that Fiddlesticks allows certain individuals to escape not out of mercy, but as part of its broader feeding strategy. Survivors serve multiple purposes for the entity. They spread awareness of its existence through their testimonies. They carry ongoing terror that continues to nourish it across decades, and they often become unwitting agents in identifying other potential victims through their research and warnings. The psychological profiles of survivors reveal common characteristics that may explain their selection for survival. Many demonstrate unusual mental flexibility, the ability to accept paradox and contradiction without complete breakdown, and a capacity for what psychologists term adaptive dissociation, the ability to separate their core identity from traumatic experiences without losing coherence entirely. Yet these same survival traits often come with significant costs. Survivors frequently report difficulty forming close relationships, as their experiences have shown them aspects of reality that others cannot comprehend or accept. They may develop compulsive behaviors related to safety and protection, hypervigilance that exhausts their mental resources, and a persistent sense of isolation from the normal human community. The social consequences of survival present additional challenges that compound the psychological trauma. Survivors often face skepticism or disbelief when they attempt to share their experiences, leading to further isolation and self-doubt. Even among those who accept their accounts, there may be pressure to provide details that the survivors are psychologically unable or unwilling to recall. Some survivors develop what might be termed survivor communities, informal networks of individuals who have encountered various supernatural entities and can provide mutual support and understanding. These communities serve crucial functions in helping survivors process their experiences and develop coping strategies, but they also represent a form of permanent separation from mainstream society. The documentation efforts undertaken by some survivors reveal both heroic dedication and tragic futility. Their attempts to warn others, to create protective knowledge, and to build understanding of supernatural threats often consume their remaining years in obsessive pursuits that yield limited practical results. The very knowledge that might help others survive often proves too disturbing to be widely accepted or implemented. Children who survive encounters present particularly heartbreaking cases, as their developing minds struggle to integrate experiences that challenge fundamental assumptions about reality and safety. Young survivors often develop highly unusual worldviews that may protect them from future supernatural threats, but also isolate them from normal childhood development and social integration. The phenomenon of inherited survival occurs when children of survivors absorb enough knowledge and psychological conditioning to recognize and avoid supernatural threats they have never directly encountered. These second-generation survivors carry both protection and burden, possessing defensive knowledge that comes at the cost of normal peace and innocence. Medical and psychological treatment of survivors faces fundamental challenges, as conventional therapeutic approaches are designed for traumas that occur within normal reality. Therapists treating Fiddlesticks survivors must navigate between validating impossible experiences and maintaining their own sanity, often becoming secondary victims of the psychological contagion that survivors carry. The question of whether true recovery is possible for Fiddlesticks survivors remains open. Some achieve forms of functional adaptation that allow them to live productive lives despite their knowledge and trauma. Others find meaning in their experiences through helping other survivors or contributing to supernatural research. Yet the common thread among all survivors is a fundamental change in their relationship with existence itself, an awareness of terrors that transforms even moments of joy and peace. The legacy aspect of survival testimonies extends beyond individual accounts to influence broader cultural understanding of supernatural threats. These documents serve as warnings, educational resources, and evidence for the reality of entities that most people prefer to dismiss as folklore. Yet they also represent a form of immortalized trauma that continues to generate fear long after the original survivors have died. In reading these accounts of survival, we confront uncomfortable questions about the nature of knowledge and ignorance. The survivors possess truths that might help protect others, yet the psychological cost of such knowledge is so severe that we might question whether ignorance represents a form of mercy rather than vulnerability. The existence of survivors also raises profound questions about the entity's motivations and methods. If Fiddlesticks possesses the power to destroy anyone it encounters, its choice to allow certain individuals to escape suggests a level of strategic thinking that is both impressive and terrifying. Perhaps most disturbing is the realization that survival itself might be another form of consumption, that those who escape Fiddlesticks' immediate attention become long-term sources of sustenance, their ongoing fear and knowledge feeding the entity across decades of apparent freedom. What does it mean to survive an encounter with absolute terror? And in a world where such survival is possible, how do we distinguish between escape and a different, more subtle form of capture? Chapter 12. The Eternal Terror. As our journey through the depths of primordial fear draws to its contemplative close, we find ourselves standing at the edge of a vast understanding that stretches beyond the boundaries of any single story or entity. Picture yourself in the quiet hours before dawn, when the world holds its breath between darkness and light, and consider how some truths transcend the passage of time itself. In this stillness we come to recognize that Fiddlesticks represents something far more profound than a supernatural threat or ancient demon. It embodies the eternal constant of fear itself, woven so fundamentally into the fabric of conscious existence that to remove it would be to unravel the very nature of what it means to be alive and aware. Throughout the countless eons of Runeterra's history, empires have risen and fallen like waves upon an endless shore. The proud spires of Shurima crumbled to sand. The magical academies of ancient civilizations lost their knowledge to time, and even the gods themselves have faded from active influence over mortal affairs. Yet, through all these transformations, through every revolution in technology, magic, and social organization, one presence has remained constant: the patient Scarecrow standing in fields that have been replanted 1,000 times, watching with empty sockets as generation after generation discovers anew the fundamental vulnerability that consciousness brings. This persistence reveals something essential about the nature of fear and its relationship to awareness itself. As long as beings possess the cognitive capacity to imagine futures different from their present, to understand mortality, to recognize their own limitations and dependencies, they will carry within themselves the seeds from which entities like Fiddlesticks draw their sustenance. Fear is not merely an emotion that conscious beings experience. It is the shadow cast by consciousness itself, the inevitable companion of any mind sophisticated enough to understand loss, change, and uncertainty. The futility of attempts to permanently defeat or banish Fiddlesticks becomes clear when we understand this fundamental relationship. Every weapon forged against it, every protective ritual developed, every strategic defense implemented, ultimately fails not because they are insufficiently powerful, but because they address symptoms rather than causes. To truly defeat Fiddlesticks would require the elimination of fear itself, which would necessitate the destruction of consciousness, hope, love, and every other emotion that gives meaning to existence. This recognition brings with it a strange form of peace, the acceptance that some struggles are not meant to be won, but to be endured with wisdom and dignity. Just as we accept the reality of death while still choosing to live meaningful lives, perhaps we must accept the reality of fear while still choosing to pursue joy, connection, and growth. The entity's eternal nature becomes not a source of despair, but a reminder of the preciousness of moments when terror does not dominate our experience. The educational value of understanding Fiddlesticks extends beyond mere supernatural knowledge to encompass fundamental insights about the human condition. In studying this entity, we learn about the architecture of fear itself, how it builds upon memory, imagination, and attachment to create complex structures of psychological vulnerability. This knowledge, while initially disturbing, ultimately empowers us to develop more sophisticated and effective responses to fear in all its manifestations. The entity serves as a dark teacher, showing us through its predatory expertise exactly how fear operates within our minds and relationships. Its methods reveal the specific mechanisms through which terror spreads, intensifies, and perpetuates itself across generations. By understanding these mechanisms, we gain the ability to recognize them in our own lives and develop strategies for maintaining equilibrium even when facing legitimate causes for concern. The cyclical nature of Fiddlesticks' influence mirrors larger patterns in human experience and social development, just as the entity appears in each generation wearing forms adapted to contemporary fears. Human societies repeatedly face challenges that test their resilience, wisdom, and capacity for collective response to threat. The lessons learned from one encounter with supernatural terror inform responses to future challenges, creating an evolving dialogue between human ingenuity and ancient malevolence. This cyclical pattern suggests that perhaps the true purpose of entities like Fiddlesticks is not simply to cause suffering, but to serve as catalysts for human psychological and spiritual development. Through encountering and surviving authentic terror, individuals and communities develop forms of strength, wisdom, and compassion that might not emerge through easier paths. The entity becomes, paradoxically, a teacher whose lessons are delivered through opposition rather than instruction. The global nature of Fiddlesticks' influence creates a form of shared human experience that transcends cultural, national, and temporal boundaries. Every civilization that has achieved sufficient complexity to support advanced consciousness has also produced stories, legends, and warnings about entities that embody primordial fear. This universality suggests that the encounter with such terror represents a necessary stage in the development of sophisticated awareness. The preservation of knowledge about Fiddlesticks across millennia demonstrates humanity's recognition that some truths are too important to be lost, even when they are painful to contemplate. The careful maintenance of warnings, protective practices, and survivor testimonies represents a form of cultural immune system that helps each generation prepare for encounters with forces that transcend normal experience. Yet this preservation also reveals the limitations of traditional knowledge when facing entities that continuously evolve and adapt. Each generation must rediscover effective responses to ancient threats that present themselves in new forms. The wisdom of ancestors provides guidance, but it cannot substitute for the courage and creativity required to face contemporary manifestations of eternal challenges. The relationship between individual and collective responses to Fiddlesticks illuminates important aspects of how communities form, maintain cohesion, and protect their members. The entity's preference for isolated victims encourages social structures that provide mutual support and protection, while its ability to exploit community fears requires the development of collective wisdom about managing shared anxieties. The spiritual dimensions of the Fiddlesticks phenomenon touch on fundamental questions about the nature of good and evil, the purpose of suffering, and the meaning of existence in a universe that contains entities dedicated to causing terror. Different religious and philosophical traditions offer varying interpretations of such entities as tests of faith, as necessary shadows that define light, or as cosmic mistakes that must be endured until higher powers intervene. The existential challenge posed by Fiddlesticks' eternal nature forces a confrontation with questions that have no easy answers. How do we maintain hope when facing forces that seem insurmountable? How do we find meaning in lives that are vulnerable to forms of suffering beyond our control? How do we build civilizations and nurture relationships when we know they can be threatened by entities that exist beyond normal categories of opposition and defense? Perhaps the answer lies not in solving these questions, but in learning to live creatively within their constraints. The existence of Fiddlesticks does not negate the possibility of joy, love, achievement, or spiritual growth. It simply adds complexity and poignancy to these experiences by reminding us of their fragility and preciousness. The entity's role as a constant reminder of mortality and vulnerability might ultimately serve to heighten rather than diminish the value of positive experiences. Knowing that terror exists makes moments of peace more precious. Understanding the reality of supernatural threat makes ordinary human connection more meaningful. Recognizing the presence of ancient malevolence makes acts of kindness and creativity more heroic. The artistic and cultural responses to Fiddlesticks throughout history demonstrate humanity's capacity to transform even the most terrifying experiences into sources of beauty, meaning, and connection. Stories, songs, paintings, and rituals, inspired by encounters with the entity, serve not only as warnings, but as affirmations of human resilience and creativity in the face of overwhelming challenge. These cultural productions suggest that perhaps the true victory over entities like Fiddlesticks lies not in their destruction, but in our refusal to allow them to define the entirety of human experience. By creating beauty in response to terror, by maintaining hope despite legitimate fear, by building connections that transcend individual vulnerability, we assert the value and dignity of conscious existence, even within a universe that contains ancient malevolence. The educational legacy of Fiddlesticks extends to future generations who will face their own encounters with this entity or others like it. The accumulated wisdom of survivors, scholars, and communities provides a foundation for understanding and response, though each generation must adapt this knowledge to their own circumstances and challenges. The technological and magical advances that characterize modern civilization offer new tools for detection, protection, and response to supernatural threats, but they also create new vulnerabilities that entities like Fiddlesticks can exploit. The eternal nature of the entity ensures that it will continue to evolve alongside human development, maintaining its relevance and threat level regardless of advances in knowledge or capability. The global communication networks that connect modern communities provide both advantages and disadvantages in dealing with ancient supernatural threats. While they enable rapid sharing of warnings and protective knowledge, they also allow fear to spread more quickly and widely than ever before. The challenge for contemporary societies lies in learning to use these tools wisely, while avoiding the amplification of terror that can serve entities like Fiddlesticks. The psychological research and therapeutic techniques developed in modern times offer new approaches to treating supernatural trauma and building resilience against psychological manipulation. Yet the fundamental challenge remains unchanged: how to maintain mental health and social cohesion when facing threats that operate according to rules beyond normal human comprehension. As we conclude our meditation on this ancient terror, we are left not with simple answers or easy comfort, but with a deeper appreciation for the complexity and courage required to live consciously in a universe that contains entities like Fiddlesticks. The entity's eternal nature becomes not a source of despair, but a reminder that some aspects of existence transcend individual lifespans and require responses that span generations. The true measure of human greatness may lie not in our ability to eliminate all sources of fear and suffering, but in our capacity to live meaningful, connected, and creative lives despite their presence. In choosing love over isolation, hope over despair, and creativity over destruction, we assert values that endure even when individual lives are threatened by forces beyond our control. The Scarecrow will continue to stand in fields across Runeterra, patient and eternal, as long as conscious beings exist to experience fear. Yet alongside it will stand human communities built on mutual support, artistic traditions that transform terror into beauty, and wisdom traditions that help each generation face ancient challenges with renewed courage and understanding. In the end, perhaps Fiddlesticks serves not as proof of a meaningless or malevolent universe, but as a teacher whose harsh lessons help us recognize and cherish the light that consciousness brings to existence. The entity's eternal hunger becomes a reminder of our own eternal capacity to choose how we respond to that which would consume us. In a world where primordial terror walks among us wearing familiar forms, how do we choose to live? What legacy of wisdom, courage, and compassion will we leave for those who must face these ancient challenges after we are gone?